A very good afternoon to you, and welcome to the Predator EuroTour KAMUI Slovenian Open. We are live from Podcetrtek. The game is 8-ball, and our next match is a winner's qualification between Yanick Bongers from the Netherlands and Poland's Daniel Massier. It's a race to 8. It's alternate break, but you do get 2 breaks in a row. It's called shot, of course, as it's 8-ball. I'm Mark White, and calling the shots with me in the booth,
Hey Mark, thanks very much. Looking forward to this. Appreciate the partnership. This is going to be an interesting one. Kind of on the up and coming in their careers, both on the EuroTour as well. Last year, certainly 10-ball though. Daniel won last year at Tallinn. So should be an exciting match on this one, Mark, I think.
First match covered yesterday. It was just incredible. Match against Thomas Kaplan. It was 4-4 the score after 8 racks. We'd had 8 breaking runs.
Stuff. Bit of contrast to some matches we see yesterday. Going against Alban and the other Dutch lad, Mika van Vogle. There's a lot of problems from the breaks, a lot of clusters, and a lot of missed paper. So you and I both know, Mark, it can go very different every game of 8-ball. Straight away yellow, all around. Solids look to be the option there. Yes, we have 2 solids on the right hand side, but they're a pretty good combo. We will have to solve the problem with the bottom right hand of the table. We just have pretty okay here, all things considered.
The stripe here for the one into the side, slightly wrong angle. It's just underhit that by some margin, hasn't he, Graham?
Yeah, he might do a little bump here. He could even squeeze past, so he's going to have an option here. Combination he wants to play it. He'd love to be a little bit straighter on it, so he might be playing this one down the rail first. Get this tricky one out of the way.
Just made the combo slightly more awkward now. He would have been much better on it if he was straighter in. It's made it kind of missable now.
Yeah, he's also going to have to hold for position. If he catches it pretty straight, he can 2 rails come back for just wants to avoid the 12. He's missed it by some margin there, Mark. He didn't catch that correct at all.
Yeah, when you're not right behind them, it's very, very awkward.
Pretty open table for Daniel here. And now that Yanick has taken a few of the balls off the table, it's always dangerous when you miss towards the end of your run. You leave a wide open table.
I really rate this guy. Rate him up there with Conrad Musician, the Butcher, of course. All lefties.
Yeah, Yeah, I do like Daniel's approach around the table. Always very calm. Picks his shots methodical. And his pattern play is very, very strong indeed.
It's a real belter over on table 2 as well. Mario He up against his fellow countryman Albin Ocean, and all Austrian clash over there, guys. That's available on Billiard TV as well.
So first blood to Daniel. Yanick did have a chance there. It wasn't a straightforward table. Had a little bit of manoeuvring to do. Just didn't really get good on that combination. And in the end he left a wide open table for Daniel to pick up the pieces, and it's just what you want as a starter for Daniel. Takes a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and you really need to be winning your games on your break in 8-ball, especially when you do make a ball.
That was a good split. Yeah, no real complicated balls.
Only open for his opponent. Dry break from Yanick there. Not what the doctor ordered.
It's a very nice layout, really. Just connecting the dots, trying to get rid of this more trickier ball at the bottom, and then work his way a little bit up the table. Don't see any real problems here at all. Mark is great little opener to get a 2-0 lead here.
Yeah, and his 2 breaks to come, and from yesterday we know how dangerous he is. Such a straight cueist.
Yeah, he's also just so calm. So calm.
He's the same when you talk to him as well, you know. He's got such a great temperament on and off the table. Super nice guy, Graham.
He's just going to stop shot here, and this is where the pattern play really, for me, shows his strength. It always shows when you have a pretty straightforward. Last ball to the 8 ball just shows his knowledge around the table, and very calm and collective. Takes a 2-0 lead, and this is how the break format can work in your favour if you can punish your opponent. So every player will have 2 breaks each. That's the format. 2 breaks for one player, then we switch to the next player. There is a shot clock in operation as well. We have 1 minute after the break, and then a 35-second shot clock with 25-second extension should the player choose to use it, which I think is great for 8 ball, because as you know, Mark, people can sometimes get paralysis by analysis in 8 ball. There's so many options. Even Yanick in his interview yesterday said it's his least favorite discipline because of that. It's just too much to think about. So yeah, the shot clock can definitely work in favor to get on with it.
Yeah, that's what he was doing yesterday. Ball in the side pocket, controlling the cue ball.
Yeah, a few problems down the bottom of the table here. He does have a solid opening shot. He does have a long stripe should he wish to choose it, but he will have to figure something out with that solid next to the 8 ball there. There's a couple of options if he wants to go that route, or he could take a bit more of a trickier opening stripe and try to do something with that way, but yeah, that 6 ball is a bit of a problem. Could even attack it now, but he's hoping for a bit of fortune if he does go into it. Yeah, he's opting for the more difficult starting stripe, because the 2 stripes at the bottom of the table, the bottom one must go, so it gives him a little bit more ability to run out, knowing that he can pot that one and probably make something happen down table. So it was a good opener there.
They can play the 12 here.
Yeah, I like that. Attacking it straight away, Mark, really, it's a good option. It's always better to try and get your problem balls out of the way as soon as possible. I'll have to punch this a little bit. Maybe 2 rails back up. How's the pace? It's a bit short. He does want to take it on. He could be flicking into the 8 ball, so he might still go for that and open the 8 if he chooses. Yeah, he's looking at it.
Yeah, it's definitely the shot, isn't it? Would be very unlucky not to be on one of his last 2 stripes.
Yeah, the risk is if he hits the 8 ball relatively thin, the cue ball could run a bit high up the table. Needs to slow down. Oh, the 6 ball, he's played that really well. Really well. He's got a nice angle as well to put where his cue is there. Come down for his last stripe in the side. A very easy connection to the 8 ball, I think. Good shot that, Mark, it was.
He's got plenty of power, but what I do love about him is his touch game is very good as well. Rarely hits the ball hard, Graham. I think he's the all-round player, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a good observation. I think the reason why you hardly see him powering shots in is because his positional play is just very strong, and you often see that. I know it's a player you and I have talked about a few times over these previous events, but Tobias Bongers comes to mind. Looks like he hardly hits the ball because of his pattern plays being so strong. I'm very impressed when you see players just rolling them in.
It's funny you mentioned Tobias Bongers. I made a little note earlier on while we were waiting for this match to start. We've got Yanick Pongers, we've got Tobias Bongers, and we've got Quinton Pongers.
Well, we know two of them are related, that's for sure.
Yeah, Quinton actually plays quite a lot of Chinese 8-ball these days. I've seen him at a couple of events. He's the older brother. But I think Yanick is, well, certainly at rotation, I think I'd say he's the slightly better player. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I'm sure if you ask them both, I'd probably say each of them is as good as each other. But I think, in summary, they're both very dangerous. Very strong pairing from the Netherlands. Dangerous, obviously showing in winning a EuroTour and winning multiple medals. Same for Martial. European Championships, they've been very strong, winning all kinds of things. So I can only see these players going from strength to strength the more events they play.
Yeah, Yanick as well, a world junior champion. I was there in Austria, in Klagenfurt, to see him lift the trophy. Super talented.
Probably have to say as well, this is really, other than the first rack, it's probably his only really chance he's had at the table so far. The solids aren't too bad. A little bit of connecting needed. There's a little bit in between here, but he might have to open them up. Needs to judge this.
Oh, he's lost the cue ball. That's okay. Could have been a lot worse than that, Graham.
Yeah, I'm surprised he went a little bit heavy on the power. I think if he kept the cue ball around the bottom part of the table, he still had a shot, but it's worked out not too bad. Yeah. It's all going to come down to the solid that's next to the 10 ball. That's going to be the one. Not sure where it goes, Mark, to be honest. Maybe the side, if he can get good position on this 4 ball. Oh, he's playing for it now. Two-way shot. He's overhit it though. I like the thinking. You see what he tried to do there. He tried to put himself in position for both of them, but now he's in a bit of trouble. Needs to pull out a shot from the 6 ball here.
Yeah, that's a touch shot, isn't it? It's a real feel shot that he's just tried to play there and just not quite feeling it just yet, maybe. Overhitting by quite some distance as he did the shot previous as well, Graham.
Yeah, I think it's just down to table time. Martial has really kept him in his chair pretty much, so trying to thread the needle here. It's not a bad effort. Doesn't want to go past that into the stripe though.
Oh, yes.
Yes, in no man's land. He can't see either. He's been very unlucky. Even if he was a little bit lower, he had the solid into the side as well, and to be fair, Mark, he's landed in the worst possible spot.
Just wondering, can he jump for the 7? It's probably his best option. It's a pretty good jump up. He's called the 3, or the 4 rather, in the side pocket.
Oh dear. A little bit of a frustration, hit and hope there. Don't get me wrong, I don't think he had an easy option, but not much he could really do.
Yeah, he does get a bit emotional sometimes. Wears his heart on his sleeve. I don't mind that, as long as you can control it as well. You don't want to let it ruin the next time you come back to the table. So he's got to put it out of his mind.
Yeah, he definitely can get a bit hot-headed maybe, but like you say, sometimes it can work in your favour. It can fire you up, or hopefully it's not a negative one where it can have a detriment to your game. But I tell you what, Daniel will be more than happy to pick up a ball in hand here. He puts it straight in a place to get rid of a little bit of a more trickier part of the table, and to be honest, this is bread and butter for for Daniel, Mark, isn't it? I mean, he doesn't really miss from here very often.
No, can't see it. Actually, don't think it'll be too long before he wins something big. Got to the final of the Predator Puerto Rico Open, where he was beaten by Carlo Biardo in the final in 2023. Plenty of Euro Tour success.
Yeah, fully agree. Fully agree, Mark. There's always a funny statement where you think is someone overdue. I mean, he's won medals and, like you say, European titles. It has to be only a matter of time before he snaps off a big one. But still, let's not, these events in EuroTour are still very tough to win. The fields are very impressive, incredibly tough. Filler winning the first two and Fortunski winning the last one. The field is just as strong. Granted, we don't have maybe Americans and a lot of the Asian contingent in these kind of events, but let's not be fooled. The European level is extremely high, and there's still a nice little 6,000 first prize up for grabs. Definitely be happy to take that home, Mark. I'm sure you would.
I'd be happy with last 16, mate. I would. Yeah, great stuff from the pole here. Really does look classy, doesn't he, Maciel?
Yeah, everything to do for Yanick here. 4-0 and really under the pressure. Just bouncing the ball off the top cushion there, thinking maybe did he get a bounce or anything, but I just think he put a bit of a stroke on it, Mark. I feel like he probably overhit it. Due to what you said, he's just maybe not had enough table time or settled. It was a very tricky finesse positional shot, but there's the hit and hope. Yeah, and then the rest is history.
Yeah, frustration showing, wasn't it? There.
Yeah, that's the difference with 8-ball and rotation, and when you've only got one ball to play at, you can put a bit of focus on to try and get that safe. But it's a perfect example of Daniel had 7 balls to go at no matter what happens, so to get a safety shot from those moments. I like your call on the jump, Mark, to be honest. That was probably more of a favourable option. At least give it a go.
Yeah, he didn't even look at it, which surprises me because he's pretty good with the jump cue. Made a ball again, which is, well, that's something, isn't it? Round and round she goes, and the clock won't stop or start again until that cue ball comes to a complete stop. Lots and lots of spin on it, just shows he didn't hit it accurately, but he made a ball.
Yeah, I think he made 2 actually, which is always a nice when you get a few down. Looks like he's going to be, yeah, he's torn. He's thinking, do I take the long stripe down the rail, or do I take the easier solid? Still a little bit of work on the solids, but the table is relatively open, even though there's a little bit of congestion. There's quite a bit of space to move the cue ball around.
He doesn't want to start beating himself up if he doesn't quite get position where he's playing it. So talented, can put his way out of trouble. Just needs to. This 2-ball and the 7-ball, they're the key ones in this rack, aren't they? Play for the 4 here into the same pocket, or the 2.
Yeah, I think it's important what you said there, Mark. Yeah, it's important what you said. I mean, even though 4-0 looks, a bit scary on the scoreboard, with that 2 break per player format, if you win your breaks and your opponent has a dry break and so on, you can swing very quickly. You just need to capitalize on the opportunities, and unfortunately he's putting himself in a bit of trouble here again. He needs a big shot on the 1 or some crazy combo.
Body language looking so negative at the moment. Looking at the other table when he's sat in his chair, he's watching Albin and Mario. Just lost a little bit of focus at the moment, I think.
Yeah, he definitely has. I think he's a little bit, yeah, it's getting in his head a little bit. I'm not saying he's on full tilt, but he's very close, I think, to just losing his way a little bit in this match. And if Daniel can really turn the screw here, which he'd be hoping to do, just be interesting about this 10 ball and the 13 down there. I'm not sure what options he has from this view, but it looks like definitely potable in a couple of pockets, so just needs to work out the puzzle. I wonder if the 10 goes in the side as well as an option.
Yeah, I mean, the only good thing that happened in that last shot was him missing that one ball, travelled round the table and did come and block one of the pockets for the 13. So there is some positive to take out of that shot for Yanick.
Yeah, actually, my apologies, I said 13 as well, Monk, but it's the 9 ball, I think, just above the 1. My eyes are deceiving me sometimes on these screens, but he's going to play a little bump maybe here. It must go past the 1, you know. I'm wondering, it must still go. But it's all going to come down to this 8 ball, because clearly you can see it's definitely blocked in a few pockets. It does go in the bottom right. So this will be interesting. Yeah,
looks like Daniel, he's relishing this challenge, isn't he? Again, perfect angle to go where he wants with a cue ball here. So there you see it does go. If he gets a nice angle on that 9 gram, he can just stun up for the 8 into the bottom right hand corner as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, because I don't know if the solid is a problem to get to that part of the table, but maybe he seems to think he's going to bump into the 7 maybe and leave the 8 in the side. You just top this through, kind of switch places for the cue ball and the solid. That would be ideal. Yeah,
it's perfect, isn't it? He's seeing it all, isn't he, at the moment? Good stuff. Really, really do enjoy watching this guy. When I saw that we got this match to commentate on, I was rubbing my hands together. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't have minded Mario He against Albin Ocean as well, of course. There you see Mario, the panda, in the background. Still lots of action to come for you today as well, guys. From Slovenia, there's that one ball again, was a little bit of a snatchy swipe.
Yeah, just on that other table, Albin is 3-2 up against his fellow countrymen. Looks like they're locking horns.
Well, I was looking for that match and I couldn't find it anywhere, and I've just found it. Yeah, it's always going to be close, that match, isn't it? Very hard playing your friends.
Yeah, definitely. And the speed. Yeah, the speed that Yanick got down there tells me that he's just going to try and shoot the lights out. To be fair, he did put 3 stripes, which means that the table is quite open. And as you can see, there's 3-4 solids all pretty close to the corner pocket. So it's all about clearing the top of this table and getting down to the 2 solids next to the 8. He's not hanging around here,
stroking. He's one stroking at the moment, isn't he? He's kind of just, right, I'm just going for this. Let my talent speak. I'm not going to think too much about it. Just do what I've done a million times before. Just pot the balls.
To be fair, it was a very good break. Didn't really have to, even though it looks like he's playing without a care in the world, it is a very, very straightforward run out. What do you say, Mark? 45 seconds, maybe a minute max on that one?
Yeah, that might be worth a highlight reel rack all of its own, mightn't it?
Incredibly fast.
It was Cesca Centino-ish. See the Mez cute. Swipes the chalk. So the first of his 2 breaks. Could put himself on the hill with those 2 as well.
Yeah, he would definitely like a 45-second or a minute run out like Yanick. But oh, what a great break. Look at that cue ball. Absolutely parked. Unfortunate little bump there. But first glance, the balls look pretty wide open. The one ball on the bottom rail, I think, was available as well. So look at that cue ball, Mark. Absolutely parked. Very good.
Yes, exactly how he was breaking yesterday. Making one or both of the balls into the side pockets, those wing balls. If you're wondering, guys, why there's no template or triangle being used, it's the table is tapped, which I was never a fan of, but I am now, simply because they can rack the ball so quick, then they're tight consistently as well, so keeps the game moving and always gives a good spread, as you can see from there, and consistently. So I'm converted. I'm now a fan, Graham.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you. I think it's great, and it's always a funny debate. You know, people feel like you're damaging the table or doing something, but it doesn't really impact at all. And the Magic Rack definitely has benefits also in its own right, but I think then you have to remove it from the table, and there's all different pros and cons of both ways. For 8-ball, yeah, this is definitely the way forward.
I'd actually like to see more tournaments doing it, to be honest. I really would. So he's off and running again.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you took the words out my mouth. The way these balls are lined up. Play this one in the top. He's a little bit off angle there. He would have liked to have been straighter so he could draw this back and play the 9 in the side next before the 11. Might have to change his path a little bit, depending if he can pinch it. Yeah, he's going to roll this one forward. Or he's going to leave an angle maybe. Come off one rail. Yeah, he's taking this one at the end now. He's in the zone, Mark. He's definitely in the zone for me. Completely focused and dialed in here.
Just doesn't look like missing. Always leaving himself that beautiful angle on the ball as well. He's overran that slightly. Might just be slightly hampered with his left arm. My right arm, rather.
Yeah, the good thing is, though, the 8-ball is just a little bit to the left of where the triangle would sit, or the stack, so you can just finesse this screw back down table just by the middle pocket, or even punched it in.
Impressive stuff. Out of his seat just to help Daniel get the balls out of the pocket, like the gentleman he is. He'll be hoping to get out of his chair for a shot in this next rack, but if Daniel can break the same as he did in that one, will be on the hill, and Yanick Bongers in all sorts of trouble. This is winners qualification though.
This is the thing with 8-ball, Mark, in this kind of format and how good these players are. I feel like where we are right now with 6-1 and Daniel breaking again, the match is kind of in Daniel's hands really. Yanick is hoping that something falls off on the break of Maciol, because he's got a couple of innings, if you like, to try and close this match out, and you would fancy him to at least make a ball somewhere. So it's all in the hands of the pool gods, I think, at the moment.
Oh, look at that cue ball again. Wow. Dead in the centre of the table, stopped it. Tremendous break again from the bowl.
It's a little bit like a tempo break, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, a little bit of a pop. Tell you what, Tim de Ruyter, our fellow commentator, he wouldn't be able to find fault with that. He's our break guru. He's Tim de Ruyter. He loves a bit of pop. Daniel will be hoping after the pop he won't stop.
Yeah, he's a little bit indecisive because both solids and stripes have a little bit of a congestion around that 9-ball, 3-ball space. And there's also a... This is something
though that he was doing yesterday, Graham. You mentioned at the top of the show that it's 60 seconds after the break, and every time he's been using that 60 seconds, and I once heard Jeremy Jones talking about that, and he said he doesn't understand why more players don't take the full 60 seconds, because you know you can't get time back, and it's a good opportunity to have a real good look round, and if I don't quite get there, I'll still be on that one, and maybe I've got to change that one a little bit. Just use up the time, you know. Very, very wise what Daniel's doing there.
That's great advice. It's free time that you're entitled to, and I could understand in maybe 9-ball, 10-ball, etc. But in 8-ball, you have so many different ways to go. That's why you have a little bit of extra time. Yeah, take it. Take advantage of it, and then get down and execute. Oh, this is a good pace shot here. Very nicely done there. Might even try to get on this red 3-ball here. Just don't know if he can leave himself straight enough. That's what he's lining up. He's a little bit off angle here. Doesn't mean that he's not in a bad shape. He can go down below. Yeah, just lining up there. You can play it in the top right corner and leave the 1-ball to the end. It's probably going to be the choice. Needs to go. It's not bad. We'll have to draw it a little bit, Mark. I don't think a stop shot would have been ideal, but I don't know if he can just stop it. He might have to pull it a touch back.
Yeah, this is so him, isn't it, this shot? It's kind of a trademark for Daniel. Long straight, draw, lots of feel. Draw it back about a foot. Nothing can go wrong with that beautiful cue action. He's got everything is so straight. He's on the line, his elbow is in line, his head, bridge hand, everything beautiful straight line. And this is going to be the arrival at the hill for Daniel Maciol. Absolutely fantastic stuff, and if he can keep this up, we've got to make him huge favourite, as if he isn't already, for the Slovenian Open. Tremendous stuff.
potty machine at the moment. I can imagine him in practice. He must get absolutely sick of potting balls. Just non-stop. Flawless.
Yeah, and of course, that's a big thing, isn't it? It's very, very easy, we think, to come out and just perform when there's a nice audience watching you, you're on TV. But it's all those hours when no one's watching, and you don't want to do it sometimes. But the great Michael Jordan said, it's the days you don't feel like doing it, where you've got to get out and do it. We can all do it when we feel like it.
No, wise words. I didn't want to interrupt you when you were talking. I was just about to say, I wouldn't be surprised if Yanick gives this full tilt and something could go crazy wrong. I could just sense he's just so frustrated with this match. But in all fairness, Mark, he's maybe had a couple of chances, but Martial has been just absolutely flawless with every chance. These stripes are looking very tasty.
Wasn't until the 9th rack, I think, yesterday that a ball was missed, and that was missed by Thomas Kaplan. And then Daniel missed one ball as well, but he only missed one in the whole of the match and had a couple of dry breaks. Apart from that, he was flawless.
Aside from losing
on
the
the floor. Yeah, I was going to say, it's been on the floor, hasn't it? So maybe a few carpet hairs on it or something. Daniel just making sure it's nice and clean, Graham.
Yeah, definitely. I think even though the cue ball flew off the table, Yanick hit the break so well, the balls have spread. Well, it's as good as you really want, to be honest. He's got a nice angle here to get rid of this 10 ball here. Just come across the other side of the table. Needs a bounce off the cushion. Yeah, he's got options. Just personal preference. Does he go to the left side of the table? Does he go right side? Where does he want to put the 8 ball? That's going to be in his mind right now. What's the best 3-4 shots that he wants to take to make that 8 ball as easy as possible?
Well, 3:15 is our next scheduled match. And I can tell you the latest in the Albin Ocean Mario He match is 4-2 to Albin at the moment. But this looks all but done, doesn't it, Graham? It's been a masterclass. Everything perfect. His cue ball has been immaculate.
Yeah, it really has. I think masterclass is the word, and he's had that cue ball on a string. Even just this shot alone, he's just going to definitely leave a little bit of angle on this 9 ball, I'm certain. There you go. He's actually maybe a touch straighter than he would have liked, but there is a gap there. You can either choose to run it past the solid, or maybe even just stun it a little bit across to the right below the 5. Yeah, it's pretty straight, but threads the needle mark, and as you say, all she wrote.
Yeah, well, I can honestly say I've not seen a better performance than this in a little while. It's basically what he did last night, just where he left off. This 8 ball then. And there it is, the handshake. I'm sure that Yanick won't be happy with the way that match went. It's just one of those matches, unfortunately for him, so he's going to have to go the scenic route. Daniel Maciel has qualified for the last 32, and he must be very, very pleased with himself. An absolute masterclass. We're back 3:15 with another match for you guys. I've been Mark White with Graham Hickman. Thanks, and see you soon. Ta-da.
you want me on the table, you need to call. Okay? Other than that, I'm only here for sports and play contact. The only thing that you need to be careful when you call extension, I need to repeat it as well. Se vuoi l'estensione, capisci l'inglese? Sì. Allora, quando vuoi l'estensione, io devo ripetere per essere valida, se no non è valida.
Tiro dubbio, devo chiamare l'arbitro.
Sì, se sei in dubbio, io sono qua, però non sono attivo finché non mi chiami. Posto?
Matos, Wilk. And here we are. Tobias Bongers and Daniel Corieri. Bongers is from Germany, Daniel is from France. Ladies and gentlemen, pool fans from all around the world, Predator EuroTour KAMUI Slovenian Open at the Therme Olimia. Match is in progress. The game is 8-ball. This is a loser round match. Loser goes home. The winner will have to go into a loser qualification prior to getting into the final 32. They alternate breaks every 2 games. Touchy shot here, touchy shot. He got the corner very well, but no shot on the 8 now. No shot on the 8. It was obvious he was going to hit the corner. He just kind of planned for a different result, looking to come down underneath that ball. Now he has to jump this 8-ball, and what a high loss shot this would make. He got it over, up and over, no foul. Missed the ball in an open table for Tobias. In the commentary booth, this is George Teachea, and I believe I'll be joined by Mark White in just a second or two. We have had some technical difficulties. He's here.
I'm here, George. I've been listening to you. I'm thinking, is he going to introduce me, or does he just want to do it on his own? I wonder. But I am here as well.
I didn't have any other sound. I didn't know if we were ready, and I came on right as Danielle was running some balls here. We didn't catch the lag. I had a black screen, but we're ready to go here, folks. And Tobias defeated Matos Wilk and then lost to Stefan Huber from Austria. I'm sorry, he defeated Stefan and then he lost to Victor Fortunsky. So this is his 4th match, and of course he'll have one more. He's got 2 wins and a loss.
But it'll take one more to get to the final 32. These guys are fighting for the tournament life. A nice layout here. Nice play by Daniel there to try to get on the 8, but he didn't come out quite enough, leaving Tobias with an open table. And now these 3 balls to take the first game of this race to 8. Sponsors for this tournament are Predator Group, Iwan Simonis Billiard Cloth, Aramith Billiard Balls, Kamui, Longoni, Beckman Billiards, coming all the way over, very nice. Now for a nice shot on the 8, just a stun shot, and he's going to have the 8 ball in the side pocket where he's standing. Well, he got that game at the expense of at the expense of Daniel's opening break. Keep in mind it's alternate break every 2 games. So Daniel will be breaking again, trying to tie the score.
Yeah, Daniel actually just fresh from his Italian national double champion. He's absolute champion of Italy now, Daniel Corieri, after his recent triumphs. So he's obviously in a bit of form and had a chance there, just as you said, went astray on the 8 ball, decent at the...
Well, he got very tough on the ball prior to the 8, and he had to use the corner of the side pocket, was in danger of scratching. So that was the reason for that.
Tobias just noticing something that wasn't right in the rack. Just pointing it out to him.
Okay.
Everything good to go. Here we go, George, rank number 2.
Daniel got here by a forfeit and lost to Roman Heivler, but then defeated Mohamed Al-Asfar and Ayub Bakhtawi. Here we are, like we said, fighting to stay in this tournament.
It's quite a soft break there from Daniel. What's he got here, George? What do you fancy?
Well, he's got, I just took a glance at that. He's opening up with his 10 ball, so he's going to have stripes. He'll come between this. This just opened everything up. He's got an open table, completely open, no problems. Every ball has a hole, every ball has a path, and the 8 ball is in the middle with all pockets available. He'll probably just slow this down, take that ball next to the 11 there. He might come around the table for the other one on the side. Yes, he did. I like taking this ball on the bottom there and coming up for the other balls in the middle. And that's exactly what he's going to take. Because here, as long as he stays somewhere between these 4 balls, he'll have a shot, and the 8 ball, like I said earlier, is completely open market.
Yeah, certainly.
Probably play the...
No problems here.
Oh, he's going to have to go for plan B. So he'll come around for the bottom ball, the 14 on the left-hand corner there. Am I hearing a little echo? No. Okay. And this is going to make it nice and easy to get on the 8 and the side. And this young man from Italy is about to tie things up. And he made good work of that last break. And we are tied. Tobias to break twice now. "150 players started this tournament, and we're down to where we might lose a couple here in the loser round 5. The winner here will go into the loser qualification. So they have to win one more match to get to that final 32. The loser, of course, will become a spectator.
Yeah, they can go and enjoy the beautiful sights and weather in Podcetrtek, beautiful part of Slovenia. So Tobias with the first of his 2 breaks, poised at 1-1.
Oh, that English did not work for him there. It caught and rolled forward and right to the side pocket.
There's a match still going on in the last round on winners qualification. Mario He in the all Austrian battle against his good friend Albin Ocean. It's Albix 5 ahead in that one. And that's still going on the other table. There you can just see Mario He, look top left of your screens.
Well,
he's off again, George, here.
yes, he is. He's a young man from Italy. Started playing the Euro Tours in 2006. A couple of high finishes in 2013. Got into the finals. As you said, he is a champion. But making quick work here.
Is he playing this George?
Wonderful.
Inside left hand spin.
Yeah, he's going to come straight up off that back rail. These Predator arc tables display so well. They really do. We don't have these out here in America, but they're doing very well in the European circle. And he took full advantage of Tobias's scratch in the side pocket and capitalizes for a 2-1 score. Tobias to break his second rack. You know, I just like everything about this tournament. The equipment, the format, the way the balls are racked with indented, you know, by indenting the table and not using the template. The way the tables play, the balls, I mean, wow. What a combo here.
Yeah, I think it's a great mix of equipment, to be honest. The arc table, Simonis cloth with the Aramith balls, spreading the love around the pool world. Good to see. Good break.
The tougher the competition, the better the equipment will be. You've got to step it up to stay up.
Of course, we have Longoni as well. Even though it's a Predator event, Longoni are one of the sponsors as well. Italian company.
Italian company and an Italian player to represent, Mr. Corieri. Now at the table.
Yeah, Karim Elhaj, the CEO of Predator, of course, everyone knows Karim. He said to me, the more companies and table companies and ball and cloth companies there are, the bigger the market becomes for pool, the bigger the game gets. Everyone gets a share, and that's a great philosophy to have.
Now on the overall ranking for Predator EuroTour, Tobias, I believe, is ranked 14th. He plays quite a few. He's played quite a few of these tournaments. One, two. He's played 4 of them. This year. Danielle, I'll try to find here.
Nicely. This
He's
final solid. Looking good here. Break and run.
Yeah, he's positioned very well.
It's Daniel. So not going to bias his way at the moment.
No, it's not. Well, that scratch was very, very telling. And with a 3-1 score, it'll be Corieri to break again, 2 times in a row. Could possibly get away from Mr. Bongers. You know, Mark, with this equipment and the way the balls are breaking and the way the players have figured out the break, they're not having to power it. The break has become very, very big in every one of these matches. He who breaks best seems to take full advantage. Breaking square from the middle, dead on hit. Trying to stop that ball right in the middle of the table with a square hit. Let's see how he did with the cue ball. He got bumped back. And success. He's made 1, 2, And a completely open table of stripes and solids. I think he'll take the stripes, though.
He wants to. Awkward cueing, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Make up the
Yeah,
14
he might.
instead.
This is pretty simple shot here. Even though he's elevated, he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. He'll have position on either the 10 or the ball to the corner there. He's got the ball to the corner, which looks like the 12 or 13. No, he took that one. These are the choices. You get an 8 ball. He's wondering which one he should take first. I would take the 14, come down for the ball on the right, and then the one to the left for the 8.
A few good players coming out of Italy over the years, and Frank Candela, who was #1 in Italy for some time as well. Didn't see his name on the list, although he normally does play these events. So 2 balls away, George, from a 3-rack lead. It's going well.
And another break. So that's big for him right there. He'll be breaking for the other game. Daniel is a 761 Fargo rated player. His opponent is 794, so they're within 33 points. It's a toss-up. They're well matched for this, both experienced players.
Just looking gorgeous. Wojtek Szewczak, the ex-World 10 ball champion, is in just a little bit. He's 6-4 down to Jere Virananta.
Szewczak is 6-4 down.
Yeah.
He's one heck of a player. We've called a lot of his matches here in the United States in 10 ball, in the World 10 ball, when it was held here, what, 3 years in a row? 3 or 4? Soon to be held in Vietnam in September. Meanwhile, I love the format of these Euro tours.
Yeah, no luck on the break this time though. So Tobias out of his chair, facing a 3-rack deficit. Really needs to start stringing a few balls together. He hasn't looked very comfortable at the moment, hasn't settled. It's about time he did.
Well, the good thing here is the only problem he might encounter is the ball by the side pocket, which is the 4 ball, the pink 4. That it's pretty much out in the open. As you can see, it's no problem whatsoever for the corner. I'm sure he'll take that now. This plays, if he plays the 6 ball, yeah, he's looking for that. He could play either way. He could play the 6 ball first and still end up right where he's at. But he's going to take this one first. And you know the old saying, when you're already there, why run the ball around for position?
Now let's see if he chooses to take the window between the 12 ball and the 3 and the 5 ball for the next shot after the 6. Dead stop shot. Yeah, he's there. Would you slow roll this, Mark, and then come across for the... He's going to take the 3 ball now.
Just stun,
Okay.
stun off the rail. It's just stun out. He's just got a little bit of an angle, George.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that ball would go by the 2 ball. Either way, he had a great way to complete the run.
Looks like the Albin Ocean match is over. And I'm guessing that Albin won it because it's ended pretty soon over the 7-5 scoreline. I will just check it for you though, guys. Yeah, 8-5 it was in the end to Albin Ocean over Mario He. So Mario have to win on the loser's side. Tobias completing that rack. If he feel part of the match now, George. 4-2.
And I believe he'll be breaking the next 2, so this could get all tied up pretty quick. And that's what I like about this alternate break every 2 racks. It's a little more offensive minded, I might say.
Makes it a little bit more spicy as well, George, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, if he, like, for instance, he's down 2 games, but he can, especially in 8-ball, especially the way these guys are breaking and running tables. I mean, I was able to call a match yesterday. In fact, it was you and I, Mark, between Tomas Kaplan and Max Lechner.
Daniel
Where
Maciel.
they had,
Oh yeah, Max Lechner, yeah.
yeah, and they had 10 break and runs out of 13 games. I mean, that's outstanding.
Great match, wasn't it? Tremendous match that
Sure
was.
was.
I think Daniel's just nipped out of the arena, has he, for a second, George? Where's he gone?
Looks like he did, yes. Well, he might have to take care of business. We have great players here. We have the Hall of Famer, the Kaiser, Ralph Souquet. Of course, we just saw a little bit of Albin Ocean on the other stream, along with Mario He. Stefan Kasper is here. Daniel Maciel, he was just on this table prior to this match. Miško Fortunski, Max Lechner, as I just mentioned, Roman Heibler, who actually defeated Daniel Corieri in this so far. But these 2 guys here are fighting for the tournament life and trying to get into that loser qualification for the final 32.
Yeah, Daniel Maciel just done his match prior to this one on this table. He didn't miss a ball. He was absolutely outstanding. Absolute masterclass he put on against Yanick Bongers.
Yeah, he seems to do quite a bit of that more and more often. Looking for an opening shot. Looks like maybe the 2 ball. If the combo's lined up, that wouldn't be a bad one either, because that opens up all the stripes. That 3-11 combo. He's going to cut the ball in the corner here and play position for that 11 ball. And now everything's open after this. The 8 ball at the
top part of the table. All pockets available. And 3 balls to play position from. A little bit of a roadmap here, huh, Mark? This 10.
Yeah, this
9,
is the key, isn't it?
side pocket. Yeah, this is the key. If he gets on the ball, if he gets the right angle on his next positional shot, and he does, he gets perfect on the 9 ball to roll forward for the 12 in the side, and then the 15 in the opposite side, and the 8 ball to the left-hand corner. When the balls lay like this and your position, you're right in line, and it's easy to maneuver the cue ball for your next shot. It just makes the game so simple. Kind of leads you to believe that 8 ball's an easy game, but it's moving that ball around with that ease and accuracy that makes all the difference.
Yeah, if you get control of the cue ball, you should never have a difficult shot, not one that you should miss anyway.
Not with the
Another
layouts we're
example there.
seeing. One more break to tie things up. Great opportunity here. I believe that was Tobias's first break and run.
Yeah, get control of the cue ball beautifully all the way through that clearance. Had a good break as well on his last effort. He'll be looking for the same again, just make a ball. Just giving them the balls a little bit of a feather. Just can't get them. Well, I haven't seen that before, George. I was praising the tapped rack, how I love the tables tapped. Makes everything much quicker and easier, and more consistent break of the balls. Just having a little bit of trouble there. Tobias Bongers.
Yeah, I do like the way these, it's funny because we were just privileged to, the whole world was just privileged to watch the Women's World 8-Ball Championship, and they used a template for that, and watched the women break with a high degree of accuracy and cue ball control. And we're seeing the patterns that come from this break right here, the way these balls are racked, along the same lines as that. So when you can get the balls racking the way these guys are, you're getting consistent breaks by all players, and there's just, you know, you don't have that unfortunate slug rack or, you know, maybe gaps in the racks that make a huge difference in a match.
Yeah, totally agree. And what a break this was. Look at the cue ball. Stopped right in the centre of the table. Made a ball. Everything wide open. What you on here, George?
One of the this is one of the best breaks of the match so far. I actually like the stripes, and I like that. I think it's the 12 ball right, 13 ball right by the cue ball, and just take advantage of everything there. If it goes by them, it may not go by the 4 there, so he's going to have to work the 3 balls on top. No, it does go by because he played shape for it. Well, I hope for his sake it goes by. No, I guess it doesn't. That's why he didn't play it first.
Okay. It's going to be a very soft shot. Coming around for this 10 ball down at the bottom and then working his way up. But as you can see, they're all there. The 11 ball leads to the 13 in the side or the corner, and then the ball up by the rail, and then the 8 ball. This 10 ball will be next. You can actually play the 10, 11, 13, and 12 and 13 in the side. Probably roll up for the 12 on the left-hand corner pocket. And that's the beauty of 8 ball.
Extension.
Letting the path of the balls dictate your pattern. So you don't run the cue ball around like a chicken without a head and bumping balls and getting in trouble.
Sounds like you were commentating on my game for a second there, George. Like a headless chicken bumping balls.
Yeah, you don't have to be much of a shot maker when you can control the cue ball the way these guys are doing it, because you're always at positions, always playing this one now. Okay, either way, the shot to the side is kind of hairy, so this is a better shot. Wants angle. He wants angle. He's not happy. I think he's going to have to come in. It all depends how straight he is. I like going forward. He can come back though, either way. Yeah, right, just like that. Just like that. Made it look very easy, and he's able to tie things up after he pockets his 8 ball with another break and run. 2 consecutive break and runs to tie the match up at 4-4. Mr. Corieri to break 2 times. Made things look really good there. It will be referee racking in the final 32, I believe. And of course that will go to a race to 10.
Yeah, it starts tomorrow morning. We will know our last 32 by the end of play today. We have one more round at 5:15 local time. So we see Daniel with the first of his 2 breaks. All nice and square here, George. We got ourselves a race to 4 because it's 4-4.
That's right. There's been some lopsided matches in this tournament, but you have such a big difference of talent. You know, you've got a lot of young people playing, you have some of the lady players playing in this open, and so playing with some of these top pros, it's no shame to lose 8-1, 8-2, 8-0 even. Although with getting a break 2 times in a row every other time, you're going to have at least 4 breaks. You should win a game or 2. Tobias started playing EuroTours in 2012. He started having success just out of the top 16 in 2019. He had a 9th in 2020, another 9th in 2021,
a 5th place finish in 2022 at the Treviso Open. 2nd place finish in 2024. And he won in the pool championships in straight pool in 2025 in March. And the 3rd place finish semi-finalist in April of this year. So Tobias has put his name on a plaque here or there.
Yeah, he's favourite to win this match, I think it's fair to say. Had a little bit of a bumpy start, but seems to be going a little bit more smooth now. George in amongst the balls again here.
You know, right there on that shot there, Mark, I liked him coming back for the ball on the left side and then drawing up for the one on top and taking care of business and coming down for the 8. He's probably still okay, but his position on this 15 is going to be, the ball to the left is probably next or after this ball here.
He's going to have to find a way of getting on the 11 into the top right hand corner on your screens now. Obscured by his elbow. Looks like he's playing this one on the rail first and drawing back up, so a little bit of up and down here. Surely he's not cutting this in, is he? Unless it goes to the side. Yeah, a little bit of up and down here, George, for Tobias. There's a good angle though on this 11 ball. Can go 2 rails. Cue ball just before the side pocket. Heading in towards the angle on the 8. Very nicely done. So this to take the lead at the business end of this match. Not a bad time to take the lead in the second half of, well, can you believe he's missed that 8 ball? Doesn't want it to go in the other pocket. Well, that's just unforgivable, a miss like that. He can't believe it. Certainly can't believe it. What have you done there? Just a little, put a little snatch on the cue action there. Well, strange. It just shows you anything can happen in this game. Sailing through the rack, everything looking perfect, and then missing a ball he wouldn't miss in 100 tries. Unbelievable. Oh, look at that for a shot. Well, that's gone completely wrong as well. Maybe the nerves are beginning to show. Oh, he's given it away. Tobias didn't even need to make the 8 ball. Absolutely disgusted with that shot he's played there. But it will be Daniel with 2 breaks of his own to come. There's another look at that unbelievable 8 ball. Almost lost the rack by making it into the wrong pocket. Got away with it, and then a strange choice of shot, I thought, from Daniel. Just mishit it. Pretty big tips he's got on there. Good break again, making the 10 in the side. That's the intended ball. Controlled the cue ball pretty well also. I've got to say, I'm loving the glove. I'm loving the glove. I've got a lot of love for the glove. I do like bright colours. It's a bit like the BK Rush they bought out, isn't it, for the ladies' cancer charity when they were raising funds for that predator. They brought out a pink BK Rush, and I know Sophia Mast plays with one also. There's no hiding with that, is there? Everything nice in the open now. Just needs to take care of the 7. Just wondering if he will leave that till last now. Not sure if he's got any angle on this at all to run the cue ball off the rail past the 9. Oh, he's looking at just stopping the cue ball, playing the 7 from where the 3 lays. So just punching it through a couple of inches makes all the difference sometimes. Just play the cue ball 2 rails, heading down towards the 4 ball. Now has he got some kind of angle? Play the 5 into the same pocket. Wants it off the rail though, just so he can, oh, he's okay, he can just jack up a little bit. Could even just drop it in if he doesn't want to dig down. You can still cut the 8 into the side without a problem. He's decided to dig down. So we're going to be all level once again at 5-5. Tobias Bongers, 2 breaks to come. Going blow for blow here in Slovenia. Big thanks to our main sponsor Kamui, of course, makers of great tips. What do you guys use in the chat? What's your go-to tip? Be interested to read a few of your comments to see what you like to use. Tell us a bit about your cues as well. You might as well. We're all pool fans here, aren't we? Well, if we can break and run these 2 racks, put him on the hill, very strong position. That's a good start. Made the 9 in the side. Now then, what's he got? Here's the 14 down the rail. Going to hold for the 11 into the side. I think it is going to be stripes. Well, shaking his head, maybe not. Doesn't like it. The 11's just a little bit awkward as well, isn't it? Or the 13 rather, next to the 15. Just a little bit awkward to get on, so solids it's going to be.
Extension.
Didn't want the bump on the 3. Centre table will give him position though on that 3 ball off of this 4. I think George is back. Are you there, George?
I thought I was there the whole time. Am I there?
You are
Mark?
now, mate. I didn't
Hello?
hear you before.
Okay. Oh, that's why. I've been talking away. I must have muted by accident. I apologize. Yeah, we're tied at 5, and what a drastic change there when they both missed the 8 and then played that very, very poor safety, which cost them the game by Corieri. Well, he's on this 2 ball, up for the 7 after the 2, and ready for the 8 in the corner. Back to the lead that he was able to gain in those 2 off shots by both players.
Slightly overran this wrong angle on the 7, but it's not too drastic. Can just drop it in, leave himself a longer 8 ball. Now then, he missed an 8 ball easier than this some time ago, or as easy I should say. Not this time, George.
Yeah.
And it goes.
Yeah, that one was not going to get away. Not that one. Well, we have a lot of pool for you here this week. We have the ladies that start their tournament tomorrow, and they'll be playing Saturday and Sunday. And we're getting down to the business end of this tournament, as these matches here will go to loser qualification after it. And then tomorrow we start with the final 32, I believe.
Now then, George, you're a man that likes to keep himself fit. I know you walk your dog a lot most days, every day, and I'm sure you hit the gym. I've seen those guns that you possess. You're pretty fit man for your age. And just a little fact about Slovenians, they're also an active nation. Around 60% of the population work out at least 3 hours per week. There you go.
That's excellent. And you've had some great tidbits, and also one of the tallest populations in the world. I remember that one you gave us yesterday.
Oh, it's dry. Just what he didn't want.
Now he would have loved to taken another game there and got himself on the hill. And the sad part is that I believe that will give Daniel 2 breaks if he wins this game.
Just
So
can
we
turn
have
around so quickly, can't they, George? So quickly, in control, and then all of a sudden a dry break.
A dry, well, I'd rather have a dry break than a scratch break. Although there's not much difference. See, he took solids there, and his position is just not ideal here. These pro players play those longer shots with ease in general.
Yeah, 5-ball next, followed by the 2 or the 3. Chance of both here. Played that well, George. Lots of right hand spin, reverse spin on the cue ball, widening the angle on the draw shot. Played it to perfection. So we are going to be 6-6.
Very soft shot here for this 8-ball. And like you said, like you mentioned, tied at 6, a race to 2, but he's getting spotted the break because of the alternating breaks. And that would be not a good place for a game there. If you're going to have a race to 2 and you get the break both times, you have to like your chances of closing out the match. So this break is rather important. Because he'll either be on the hill if he wins the game, or his opponent will be breaking. No, he'll still be breaking the next rack because he breaks 2 times. Excuse me.
You're having an argument with yourself there, George.
I am, Mark. I was thinking he's in a good place here to have two breaks, and if he fails on this, he can still tie things up with the next break. So advantage Corieri. We just witnessed a dry break. Yeah,
unbelievable. Caught them really well. Shaking of the head. I don't blame you, Daniel, either. I mean, look at that. He's hit them almost perfect, hasn't he? You could say perfect.
Yeah. Great response with the cue ball, as you just noticed. It just came right back, sat in the middle of the table. The balls that go to the side pocket went high, so that was a very solid rack.
Yeah, maybe just a bit too hard, if anything, but very unlucky not to make a ball. Chance for the German to get on the hill first then.
Well, he's got one ball that's in trouble, Mark. That one right by the 9 ball there. There's 2 stripes in that. Looks like the 7 ball.
I think it does pass though, George. I think he can play onto that now, to be honest.
Does it go by the 14 to the side pocket? I wasn't sure it did.
I think it does.
I think you're right.
We'll see.
And he did play for it now.
Yeah, he has.
Oh, he shook his head, so I don't know. Looking at it again.
He hasn't gone
If it
too
goes,
far,
he should be very happy with his position. Now he's probably questioning, does he follow it and get on the 6 next, or does he bring it back for the 2, then take care of the 5 and the 6? Yeah, he's just going to take the 2 now. Perfect. Perfect for that little stun to get up to above the 6 and then get up for the 8. Looks like he's straight in on this, which is what he wanted to be. So he comes straight back and avoid the 14 ball. Play the 8 to the side. Perfect. So this 8 ball to get on the hill first for Tobias. But Corieri will still have a break to tie things up.
Well, as they say in Germany, auf dem Hügel, on the hill. Tobias Bongers.
Is that? I love those little tidbits, Mark. I say that again, please. Auf den Hügel, on the hill.
Auf dem Hügel. For any Germans watching, I apologise for my pronunciation. It's as good as my Spanish, but George is the man to go to for a bit of Spanish. Speaks fluent Spanish, don't you, George?
I can get by. I wish I was a little more fluid and a little more comfortable, especially if I was in the.
You're being too modest.
Well, in the commentator's booth, I wouldn't be very confident. I'll tell you that right now. To do this in Spanish, I don't have all the technical terms. But in conversational, I hold my own. Well, this break is very important. He's either stays in the match or he can lose it right on this break.
Yeah, we've had one scratch. He doesn't look very comfortable there, does he? He's made a few adjustments. He's stayed down. Oh, another good break. Both balls in the side, George. But look at that 14. And the 2. So some work to do for the Italian.
Let's take a good look at this. The 8 ball is no picnic either. So he's made 2 balls on the break. Opening shot is not ideal. Well, he's got the 7 there on the side. That's okay. 1 ball may go by the stripe there.
but he's
If he
limited.
wants stripes, though, if he wants stripes, he's out of luck, isn't he?
He
He's
is.
got no shot.
No, he just. Yeah, this is not looking good for him. I really like where Tobias is sitting here so far. The fact that he is tested here with his break of first shot, and then Tobias will have 2 breaks to win 1 game. Well, he'll just have the break to win the set because he can't lose it.
He just took his extension on this shot. Did he call the 9 ball? I think he may have called the 9 here, or the 15. Let's see. What's he called?
The back
Yeah,
cut,
he called
which was
the
missed.
15. Well, can't believe it. Almost made the 2, look. 2 over the corner pocket. So choices for Tobias now, and everything in the open. I think the 8 ball will go into the side. I think he's coming around to have a look at that now, George. Yes, he is.
Well, again, he's challenged with an opening stripe shot. It is an open table, so settled on to 5. Oh, was that the red 3?
Make him big favourite now, George. Big favourite now.
He's got a tough shot right here. Oh, I didn't see the 2 ball. I'm sorry. He's got a tough shot right here.
Tough
Two ball
for me,
blends into
George,
the
not
table.
him.
Oh, he breaks out the 8 and opens everything up. Now he's in business. This could lead to the match winner with that shot.
Yeah, 4 ball passes the 8. He's got the choice here. 4, 7, or 6. Choosing the 4. Can draw for the 6 if he wants for the 1. Does the 1 pass in the side, George? We mentioned that earlier. I'm not sure whether it does or not. If it does, it's a bonus.
Yes, it does. He'll play here. Oh, you mean to the left side? Not sure. I don't think so, because he just tied it up completely. It would have gone to the other side after the 7, but now he has to come off the rail and open up the 1 ball. It lays nice for it. I don't think it goes to the side pocket from that angle, so he's going to have to come into it.
Yeah, bumping balls when you don't want to is a definite no-no.
And
no
he did it.
problem.
He'll be able to come across the table here and play the 8 ball to the upper corner.
Yeah, a little bit of a scare earlier on, Tobias Bongers. They went to 4-4, 5-5, 6-6, and here we are on the hill. Tobias with this straightforward 8 ball to put himself in the last 30 of the Predator Kamui Slovenian Open of 2025. It's been a good match, George.
It has. It's gone both ways. The break was a telling factor, and a big miss by both players really changed things around in the when the score was at 6-6. It was a very, very big game. And here we are. Tobias Bongers moves on to go into the loser qualification, after which trying to fight one more match to get into the final 32. Daniel Corieri from Italy is all done with that. And we are off.
Thank you, folks, for listening. George Teacha and Mark White. We'll be back.
well. So I'll only ask you to take everything that you might need during the match and leave your cases somewhere over there. And we will start on time, which is a 5:15. And that's it. If you have any questions, just ask.
Yeah. Easy 8, 7 7, 7 6, 7 6. Show me.
When it's 7 6. 7 7.
Middle?
Hello and welcome everyone. Thanks for joining. Beautiful day here. This is the 4th stop of the Predator Euro Tour, and we are here in Slovenia for the Kamui Slovenian Open. The game is 8-ball. We're still on race to 8, and this is a losers qualification match. So one of these players will move on and one player will be going home. We've got a very interesting match coming up here. We have Thomas Kaplan from Poland versus the young German Felix Vogle. My name is Graham Hickman, and in the box is a good friend of mine with me, Tim de Ruyter, and we'll be talking you through this exciting match. Tim, what we thinking here? This is going to be fun.
Yeah, definitely. I would say the new generation against the old generation. Now, I'm not saying Thomas Kaplan is old by any means, but he has been a European Championship medalist, gold medalist as well, within the last, what could it be, 15 years, maybe 20 years. So he's been around on the tour for such a long time, and yeah, Felix Vogle basically coming onto the tour maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So pretty recent appearance, and it will be interesting to see what the differences will be.
Yeah, absolutely. Both exciting players. Both done some damage on the tour over the years. Thomas has had a final way back in 2013 in the 10-ball. Not yet had a chance to pick up the Euro Tour medal, but same for Felix. Obviously he's a bit younger, but he has also had a couple of finals already. Still yet to win, but plenty of time for him. Bit of a thunderous break there to start as well. Cue ball flew straight in the side. Not the start he was looking for, especially at this layout. These stripes are looking very, very tasty indeed. Nothing really of any major problem here, Tim. Looks wide open.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, this Thomas Kaplan, not extremely known, I would say, worldwide, but a very capable straight pool player. And if you're very well in straight pool, I would say 8-ball shouldn't be too tough either. I think he's a clever shot at running out these open positions.
Yeah, and I noticed he's not necessarily a slow player either. He does get on with it. And I think when the balls are there, just like a lot of the other top Polish players, super strong in taking good patterns, good shot making, generally all play at a relatively decent speed.
Wow. What?
Okay.
That is just... He is just as surprised as I am. I mean... Yeah, I mean, I lost words. I just never expected that to happen, that's for sure. And also, it was such a nice position to run out. Like, I'm not really sure what has happened there. Like, how did he hit that too much?
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there. Obviously just got a little bit of a... I don't know, sometimes you can hit a ball really pure and it just reacts extremely well. I think he was maybe hoping to draw above the middle or the side pocket, come off the rail, but hey, is what it is. He has scratched, and surprisingly I don't think Felix expected to get back to the table after that break and how the balls were laying out. Really, now he's missed. And I think you said this in one of our earlier matches, Tim, today. You know, when you miss, when there's only a couple of your balls left, the table's just wide open for options and so many ways to run these balls out.
Yeah, as you can see, he's... Oh! Oi!
Oh my.
I was going to say, like, he was guaranteed to have something on the 4, even though this was not his original plan. But he overcut the 1, so maybe some early nerves for both. I mean, it's a loser qualification round. There is a lot at stake. I mean, surely they are into the money now, but it's not like... I don't think they have their their trip 8, for example, in this round. So they definitely need a couple more rounds to get to where it's interesting, you know, and definitely to have a chance to win the tournament as well. So a little bit of a shocking opening frame, Graham.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Tim, and if you look at it from a mind games in your head and momentum perspective, of course, it's only the first rack, but Thomas was sitting in his chair thinking, what on earth just happened there? How have I scratched and gifted the rack back to Felix when Felix already gifted him a very nice open layout just for Felix to gift it back? So I think Thomas will be feeling a lot better after that. I'm sure Felix is fine, but a little bit of a back and forwards in terms of emotions, that's for sure. So Felix again, second break. Players have 2 breaks each, and we will rotate back and forwards until we have a winner. So he's lost a cue ball again, but he does make a ball in the bottom, in the top left, sorry. And first glance, yeah, stripes. There's a little bit of blocking in the top corner pocket. God, that cue ball is flying around, dangerous. But in the top right corner, you see there the stripe over the corner is covering a couple of spots, which means he will probably go for the stripes here. And they're laying pretty well again, Tim. Ball's wide open.
Yeah, well, definitely Kaplan will be a little bit more relaxed, because he already stole at least 1 game on Felix's break and knows that he will have some advantage with the 2 breaks coming up shortly. Now, Felix would do himself a favor if he can get out here, just because I don't feel like he would like to get down 2-0. That could be early trouble for this young man at the table.
Yeah, confidence wise, it would be good just to put this one to bed quickly. It will settle him down, even though it still will be 1-1. It'll be fine. I think the one thing that's maybe not going to use the word concerning, but the one thing that's quite surprising is how wild that cue ball is, Tim, on his breaks. It's a little bit risky when it's flying around as it has been. Don't know what you think. Maybe he's giving it a bit too much power, losing control.
I think he should be fine. Well, I'm just starting to think he might run towards the 14. He even stunned the cue ball. Good choice. I like this maybe a little better than floating forward.
Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see how Thomas takes these breaks. Obviously, Felix is going to make it 1-1, but yeah, what's your thoughts on the break of Felix there? Just 2 breaks we've seen. Cue ball a little bit wild.
Well, he's definitely cutting the break quite a bit. Now, there could be 2 reasons for that cut. It could be him not aligning nicely in the center of the ball on the break, and therefore putting spin on the ball, which is throwing the cue ball outwards. Or he is just not aiming right. Like, he could be hitting the center, but he could have been stepping into the break in the wrong line. But definitely needs to work on that, Felix. I have to say, this kind of break has worked the best overall I've seen on these TV tables. Not the biggest break, but just a solid hit. Not extremely high pace, but a ball tracking towards the side pocket quite often. Makes 3 balls on the break. Yeah, and with 3 more stripes to go, could be a very quick break and run.
Yeah, what an incredible break that was, Tim. Really was. And I think what you said there is super interesting. The pace, if you imagine when you hit the pack and the balls kind of move outwards, they're kind of heading towards the side rails and the pockets, and if you can judge that pace really well, as you can see on this break, not only do balls go in, but they all seem to be relatively close towards pockets. So yeah, very, very quick break, judging the pace of that break extremely well. Very curious to see if he can do that again in the next break. If so, Felix has got a big match on here.
Well, we both know how much 8-ball is of a breaking game. If you don't have any break, things can go real fast. I just seen that between Yuri Pisklov and Alex Montpellier. Alex came up with the break. I think he was down 5-1, 6-1. That's where he started to finally have a break. And that's just a scoreline so difficult to overcome. And we could have a similar case here. But it's too early to say that. Let's see if he can produce another break like that. Well, the answer is yes. Cue ball a little bit wild, but he is definitely going to like this. The only thing he has to figure out is that little traffic in the top left corner, but he does make almost 2 balls in the center. Made one in the bottom left as well. Just gotta figure out, is he going to play a 12-6 combination, or maybe the 6 and moving the 12 ball, and he has. I gotta say, he's putting a lot of draw on the ball. It's not the first time.
Yeah, I think he was trying to give himself all possible options there. If he does make the combo, it's worked out perfect, to be honest, Tim. And if you notice again, like I said a moment ago, the balls all seem to be close to pocket. So I do like the speed of his break. He seems to have it dialed power-wise at least. And again, stop shots, and it's really going to be just finding the gap to get on that 8-ball here, which should be fine in between the two solids.
Yeah, left himself a great natural angle on the 9. Just plain ball, maybe a drip of inside. Ooh, for a second I thought he overcut the 9, but all jokes aside, he's perfect on the 8. This is for 3-1. Perfect 2-game visit at the table for Kaplan. 2 breaker runs in a row.
Yeah, very impressed. 2 different contrasting breaks. Not to say the cue ball from Thomas was parked in the middle of the table, but seemed to be a little bit more controlled. And this first shot you see here, yeah, I think he drew it down just to make sure he had some kind of option rather than keeping the cue ball stuck up table. But nice run out there as well. Very well done indeed. Curious to see how Felix breaks here. The cue ball needs to be a little bit more under control or have a better hit on the stack. Let's see.
Yeah, some early pressure on the break for Felix, I would say. Realizing how well Kaplan is starting off in this match.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's better. Much more control on the cue ball. However, dry break is not what he wanted. It's a better hit. Just didn't seem to get the balls in the side. Let's have a look. Actually, they both got kissed, and then another one come around, and he didn't get that either. So it might be straight in here with the solids, Tim. And again, no real complications that we can see. He's got to maneuver the cue ball a little bit. 8-ball is in the center of the table, gives him some options, but nice layout nonetheless. Commentator's curse.
Wow.
Bit of body on that, I think.
Why would you do that?
I think he put a little bit of body into that shot down the rail. If you watch, looked like his arm moved. I'm not to say that was the reason, but it did move a little bit. Felix will be delighted. Stripes are not too bad as well.
Yeah, if you consider the mistakes Kaplan has made in the opening rack and then now missing the one ball, he's still doing pretty good if you consider the scoreline. He's up 3-1, having made 2 mistakes, but both on Felix's break, which is a big difference. If you make those mistakes on your own break, those can hurt big time.
That's a fair point. Felix obviously has to capitalize on getting a chance back. But again, I don't expect him to miss from here, but we didn't expect him to miss earlier on that one ball when he just overcooked it. But I think this one looks a bit more straightforward. A little bit of angle here, he might choose to come around. Not sure if he can just drop it in. Yeah, he's going to have to go around. Still fine. Maybe 8 on the left side, Tim. Doesn't go on the bottom left, so punch this round maybe. Oh, does it not go?
Well, I wouldn't be too worried actually. Could still play for any bottom corner, I feel like.
The one's in the way for the bottom left, but
oh yeah, of course.
I think he thought the 8 ball went in the side, but it didn't. So he had to play a more of a longer shot, like you said, the bottom corner. So nevertheless, he makes it. Bit of a mistake there by Thomas. That was a good chance, Tim, to really turn the needle a little bit and extend his lead.
Well, if you imagine, if he makes the one ball, yeah, I think he was just trying to move the cue ball off the rail for the 7. I think that's why he's missed the 1. If he makes that 1 and gets out, he would have been up 4-1, and then he would go into his 2 breaks with at least a 4-2 lead, and that's already a big gap in a race to 8. So he kind of missed the boat there, but it's better for us. We do have a close match. Let's see if Felix can break the balls and make one.
Yeah, and this is why I like these 2 breaks each format. Just makes it that little bit more exciting, and there's so many different variations of what can happen. Leads can be extended, people can claw back, but Felix will be looking to get a ball and hopefully win out and get 3-3, and yeah, he gets the 1 in the side as well. Maybe 1 in the bottom too. Top. Oh, what a great break. Choices. First glance, I think it's solid here. Stripe down the table. A little bit problematic. Yeah, he got that ball in the side. And a 1 in the bottom as well. So yeah, you got that stripe at the top. Solids will be his option here, I think. Looks a bit more easygoing to get started and to work his way down the table. A little bit of a congestion at the bottom, Tim, but yeah, that stripe is definitely causing a decision to spots to solids.
Yeah, I do like the solids. I would like to add one more little detail though, is the cue ball did track towards the right center pocket again though on the break. So surely there is something going on with him. Oh, uh-oh. With him losing the cue ball towards that side, even if it's the alignment or mishitting the cue ball a bit. But this is a little bit of a mistake. Didn't really have to bump the 14, I believe so. Not that much. And now a difficult shot on the 6. Is it gonna be speedy enough? It was speedy enough, and he has blocked the pocket for the 15 now. So actually the 6 has not landed in the worst position.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I think whenever you're going into balls, anything crazy can happen, and not to say he didn't need to make it. Oh, Thomas. What's going on? He's looking at the ball as if it maybe rolled off, but just looked like he missed that to me. Maybe we'll get a replay, but I still think yeah, hard to see. But either way, I still think Felix kind of going into the balls didn't make any sense, but maybe he had no option. But that's another missed chance for Thomas there.
Yeah, will be interesting because the table is playing a little bit more humid, so faster rails. I'm not sure if he can hold the cue ball 4-1. That's why he's chosen to run into the balls. Don't think he's on the 1. Does he have something nice on the 3 ball? Yeah,
I think you can option of both, but he's flirting with danger, kissing into balls, and you know, you're always hoping for a little bit of luck when you go into them that way. You're still fine though. Felix can run these balls out, Tim. I think he'd be over the moon to be 3-all, especially what's happened. It hasn't really looked like he's been in the match, and all of a sudden it's 3-3. Thomas is thinking I could have been 5-1 up.
well, mainly I would be telling myself, oh well, clearly my opponent is struggling too, so I should be fine, you know, just keep doing what you're doing. He's struggling as well, just hang in there. Because if my opponent misses 2 open shots within 2 games, that is going to settle me down as well. It's good signs for, well, in this case for Felix. So 3 each. Crazy start of the match, I feel like. You would feel like Kaplan is playing a better match, breaking and running his 2 games. But overall, a very nervy encounter.
Yeah, I think like what you said, even though there was some mistakes at the beginning, somehow Thomas found himself 3-1 up, looking like he was cruising a few break and runs, but then you have to say a couple of unexpected misses really gifted Felix a chance to get back in this match. And I think out of the 2 players, definitely Felix will be feeling a little bit happier than Thomas in this moment.
Well, I have to say, he really has the pace down on the break. So that's a huge plus for Kaplan if you look at, well, how important the break is in 8-ball. But I have to say, he started off so well, but he's starting to get a little shaky. Almost missed the 5-ball there, Graham.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Maybe he's feeling a little bit of extra nerves, and missing open balls that you would pot 99 times out of 100 doesn't do wonders for your confidence. You could really do with running these balls out without any mistakes and settle himself back down, because yeah, I agree with you, he's maybe looking a little bit impacted by some of these misses. Do you risk the thin 1 ball, Tim, just because he's on it? It's quite tricky to get on, right? Do you risk it now?
You have to, because if you get straight on the 6 or something decent on the 6, you tap the 6, get on the 3, follow on the 2. Did he get far enough on the 1 the other way? I find this tricky. I think he's okay, but how is he gonna get on the 3 ball? I think he should have taken the 1 ball there.
Yeah, I agree. I think sometimes when you're on the ball, that's the most difficult. You had options, and the 6 ball where it was gave him maybe a bit of a safety ball. He had options on it, so this 1 ball could become a problem, Tim. He's got to get back there somehow. He's going to find it from this 2, and it looks pretty straight. Is he going to try a big draw stroke? Yeah, it's his only option. Lots of spin, reverse side, try and get it left side of the 9. Don't know. That's possible.
Well, he's going forward. Needs to get near the 10. Oh, I think he might be on for the cut.
Wow.
I'm not saying it's an easier one than he had earlier before, but he's on something.
Yeah, I have to say, Tim, there's a lot of worse places on the table than there, and he's played a really good shot to get there. How's the cue ball? Wow, that 2-1 for me was very special. He had a very small margin of error, but looks like it might have paid off, Tim. Oof. Risky business.
Yeah, just slightly dropped, but once again he does come up with another break and run. That's number 3 for him on his own break, obviously a break and run. So does have 1 more break to extend the lead. Very interesting so far this match. Kind of feel like every time he gets the opportunity on Felix's racks, he looks very shaky and it's not there, but then on his own break he has come up with 100% making a ball on the break percentage. Look at this. Ideal. Just ideal.
Yeah, he's definitely dialed in. Yeah, I think just the pace wise, he's finding them centre pockets. He seems to be sending a lot of balls near the pockets as well, but first glance, Tim, I think that 2 ball could be an issue for the solid, so maybe forced into stripes if he can pot the one next to him straight away. Options, both work.
Well, unless he might have the option to play the 6, or no, the 4, 6, crossover from the 1 to a 2-5 combination. That could be an option, but he is going for the stripes. So let's see what his plan is on the 13. The orange striped ball, I feel like, could be tricky.
Yeah, I guess the bonus is he does have 3 stripes down the bottom left corner, which gives him a few options to maneuver some position on the 13 ball. So yeah, I mean, I don't see any major problems, to be honest, Tim. You can even draw the cue ball back a little bit for the 9 ball. He can put a bit of a stroke on it if he wants. Yeah, he's got plenty of space to play with here. Come around the back for the 13 if he chooses.
Well, that bump on the 2 almost locked up the 13. He's kind of forced to take on the 13 from here. But how is he going to get the shape? Is he going to try and land right in between them again?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
I think he's managing really well. I mean, that was not an easy rack, especially when he pushed the 2 ball over. You could see the stress on his face. He kind of felt like that could have been bad news.
Yeah,
And this is just what I meant.
Yeah,
The fact that he's now... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Tim. I was going to say he'd love to be straight on this, but I don't think he is. So he's going to have to draw this for the other side. 8 ball in the other left. Sorry, Tim.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely needs a little bit of a draw on this. Should be fine. The only thing I was going to add is the fact that he is now perfect on the 8 for 4 out of 4 breaker runs, even though he's missed maybe 2 or 3 opportunities on Felix's break. Excellent stuff from Kaplan, but a very weird match dynamic, I would say.
Yeah, it's a good call, and I think like what you said was interesting. You know, he looks so composed on his breaks. He seems to be flowing quite well and maneuvering everything, but yeah, look, all he can do is try to win your breaks, and that's what he's doing. Putting the pressure on Felix, and I think what will be interesting in this break, Tim, will be like you noticed last time, the cue ball seems to be a little bit running away, so let's keep an eye on that cue ball and see if he can keep it in the middle of the table.
There you see the Predator arc table. I love these finishes around the pockets. Not that big sticking out piece of rubber to get you awkward cueing. No, it's blend in very nicely. I think it's a nice feat of this table. Okay, better cue ball, but look at the cue ball. Oh no, look at this. He finally hit it perfect to be kissed in the corner.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. This happened. If you notice where the cue ball stopped, it was going to stop okay, but yeah, that was a brutal kick in, and these balls are wide open. Ball in hand, he's going to try and take this stripe straight away. The 9 ball up next to the 8 ball really forces you to take the solids, the stripes, sorry. But he's in good position here again. Does he have to draw into the 1 ball? I'm not sure on his angle. He might need to pull this back and just nudge into the 1. Now you could play it off the 10 even, so a bit straight here, but you might just be fine to come back or punch it over, Tim.
Yeah, either way will work. I think the most horrible part actually for Felix, of course, the bump on the scratch, but also the fact that he made 4 balls on the break. So that gives Kaplan that much space on the table to maneuver the cue ball like this. Like basically he could have done so many things with the cue ball, so many options. Difficult to watch from the chair.
Yeah, a couple of rails, cue ball centre of the table, and a nice little thank you very much from Felix to Thomas. Over the moon with that. Felix will be a little bit wounded. It was a very good break, like you say, potting multiple balls, but that very unfortunate scratch, yeah, painful to watch sometimes, but that's how it works. Not much you can do about it. Just has to regroup and try and go again.
Yeah, the game is the game. Not much you can do about it, like you said. Let's see, do we have some interesting results in the loser qualification round? Anything special going on? On the other TV table, Mario Hay 3-2 up against Quinten Bongers. Pretty close so far. Marco Spitsky and Ralph Souquet, 2 Germans facing off, scored 2 each. And Tobias Bongers, our European straight pool champion from this year, he's up 5-3 against Petter Urban, so it's a close encounter as well. Let's go back to Felix's break.
Yeah, let's see those balls on the side. He got kicked again. Those 2 balls. Oh, the 8 ball. Oh, nearly. But gets a ball in the top. It's funny, Tim, because the breaks from Felix, those, you watch here, the 2 balls below the head ball are heading towards that centre pockets, but they keep getting bumped. Whereas Thomas's are just going in very smooth. Super interesting to see the breaks being so different. But these solids look good. Stripes, apologies, look very good. Little bump on the 10. Yeah, these are very, very comfortable. clear the top part of this table and then maybe come down.
Yeah, don't think he can reach this. He's a little bit shorter. We'll have to draw the cue ball with low right. As you see, a little bit awkward. Yeah, I had to maneuver the cue ball around 2 rails, making sure he doesn't hit the 4, and he took his eye off the shot, and that could be game over, I feel like, because he's going to lose 2 out of 2 breaks on his own. Kaplan will be breaking twice to get to the last 32, if he runs out here, of course. But what a chance. I believe everything is in the open, Graham. Look at this.
Yeah, it really is, Tim, and where the 8 ball is, it's always nice when it's wide open because it just gives you so many options to pick any kind of ball to finish on. You know, it's so close to the side or a corner that you could choose. He's really spoiled for choice a little bit at the moment. Can pick anyway, probably come for the 2 ball here and then play the 1 ball and work his way up table. But you're right, I have to say I'm a little bit surprised at some of the misses from Felix. He's normally so consistent, but maybe just a little bit, yeah, not shooting on all cylinders in this match at the moment. The breaks have been maybe hurting him a little bit. Also, there's been a little fun fact there as well, Tim. I'm sure you know this, but for all the avid pool players out there who follow social media, I do believe Felix had been playing some challenge matches at Fila's home for a few number of days. Our fellow commentator Mark White just kindly reminding us about that little fun fact. Yes, Mark, you were correct. I did see it myself. I watched a little bit as well. We were playing and practicing together, so he should be pretty much in stroke. He's been playing a lot. I don't know if you watched any of that, Terme, at all.
I did not get the chance to watch that. But yeah, I mean, I was also going to add, if you consider Felix to a final of the EuroTour before, I think he had a quarter-final or 2. I think he's had a lot of deep runs this year already. Would be quite shocking to see him go out in the loser qualification, finishing 33rd out of 216 participants, I believe so. But maybe he'll get another chance. Not yet though, because Kaplan has made 2 balls on the break. Does he have a nice opening shot?
A bit of an unfriendly bump on the cue ball, sending it down table, Tim. I don't think he's got an easy opener.
Well, I like this though. 2 ball in the corner, soft bump onto the 8. Guarantees. Ooh. Yeah, just dropped. And now the 6 wasn't the easiest ball to get to. Now he is on the 6. So yeah, he does have a chance to close it out here, Graham, and it would be impressive, especially on his own breaks, not on his opponent's breaks, but on his own break. He's played a perfect set so far.
Yeah, I agree. I think the 3 balls probably the, not going to say problem, but 3 balls definitely the focus here. He's got one or 2 good shots to play. Try and get that cue ball up table. Really, if he can thread it. Oh, we didn't want to catch that, but he's okay, Tim. I say he's okay. He's a bit close to the rail, but it's not terrible. That 3 ball, probably going to have to go in the top right or the side. Not sure what he's done to the 8 ball. Has he pushed it in an awkward place? No, so a little bit of work still, because I don't think the 3 ball goes in the top right either, so he will have to play 3 ball last, I think, unless he can get on it now.
perfect. Maybe not the easiest way to get on the 3 ball, but I'm assuming he's going to stun the cue ball over a bit, right? Play the 3 in the center.
Yeah, I would. I think that's the smartest option. He'd love to be totally straight on that 3 ball, so he could just run the cue ball to the left long rail. That would be ideal. There's no reason why he can't. This looks good, Tim. This looks over.
Yeah, he's on the 8. This to get to the last 32. Oh, did he? Oh, he's not so happy. Spinning the ball. This is more tricky than we thought it would be. Oh, he's missed it. He's hit the 10 first. Can you believe that he didn't even elevate the cue? He just felt like spin was enough, and he... Wow, can you just believe what just happened, Graham?
I'm speechless. I don't even think he needed to. Yeah, I don't know, Tim. I'm confused. Maybe he was a bit blocked, but incredible scenes, really. I mean, this should be way over. I mean, of course, he's got such a big lead. You would think it shouldn't impact him, but you know yourself, Tim. Sometimes you miss a big match ball. It can play crazy tricks on your mind. It was a bit of a careless one on the 3, to be honest, to leave himself a little bit snookered. But what a chance to stay in this match for Felix.
Well, I have to say it's still a long way though, because Kaplan still has one more break to come. Then Felix will have to play perfect on his 2 breaks. And then Kaplan still has 1 break on Hill. So will be interesting. Definitely looking forward to see a comeback from this young man. But it's a long one, it's a deep grind, and we are going to find out if he's up for it. And you see he's lost the cue ball again. A little bit of a cut. I'm not sure to play this with drag. Usually people seem to have more trouble with the aiming, a little bit more push on the object ball, but not him. Look at how well he's held the cue ball, and he drew the cue ball to rail. So we're not done yet. Stay tuned, more is coming. 7-4. Kaplan still breaking once more. With how well he's been breaking, there is still a chance he closes it out. But yeah, Felix now taking a timeout, putting Kaplan in the chair, saying, hey, you know, maybe you can just dwell on that missed 8 ball. See, there's the shot. That was the shot. He barely elevated too. Like, it's not like he was trying to masse around the ball to get on the 8. He just was trying to throw the ball in with a bit of spin. Crazy things happening in this arena in Podcetrtek, Slovenia. And I guess we are going to nip out for just a little bit. We'll be right back, probably with the remainder of the set. And welcome back everybody from the Kamui Slovenian Open in Podcetrtek, run by the IBPF, the European Pool Billiard Federation and Predator Group. What a match we've had so far. Graham Hickman and Tim de Ruyter in the booth, going over the shots. Kaplan 7-4 up in this race to 8. It looks like he has broken the balls dry. What does this mean, Graham?
This means Felix will probably run the balls and then break and run both of his games, and then we have a hill-hill match. That's what will probably happen. And then Thomas will be thinking, what has happened?
Yeah, he had the winning shot, so the longer this match takes, the more it will mentally hurt him, I feel like.
Yeah, if Felix can find a path, it's a pretty good shot here. If Felix can find a path to run these balls out without any complications and give himself 2 breaks to really close that gap again, the pressure will build on potentially that final break of Thomas. He's found a gap there. Maybe a bit too hard. Change his plan a little bit here. I think maybe that 8-ball, Tim. I think all the solids are pretty straightforward. I think just where the 8-ball is, with a few of the stripes beside it, not to say it makes it crazy difficult, but it just creates something to think about in terms of how you play your last ball to get on the 8-ball.
Yeah, ideally, maybe straight on the 4, because a stop shot there is at least as straight as possible on the 8. I don't think there will be a way to land closer or straighter than a stop shot on the 4, right?
Yeah, I think that's a great observation. He's left a really nice angle here to try and come down to pretty much center table. Like you said, Tim, if he can land pretty straight on that 4, even if he's got a little bit of angle, so long as he's not running too far down table, try to come perfect line with the middle pockets would be great. How's the pace? Needs to keep going a bit. Yeah, it's perfect, Tim. Good call. Very good.
So he does pull one back after a dry break from Kaplan, so one missed chance to close it out for Kaplan and a dry break. And I have a feeling now Kaplan is going to take a little time out. No, he doesn't. But yeah, things are starting to get very nervy in this arena. This is to get to the last 32 single elimination stage, and that's basically where the big boys usually get to. That's where all the fame is. So yeah, I mean, if you want to have a little bit of that fame, a little bit of name, you should be able to survive this match to get to the later stages of the tournament, the business end of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's trying to get to that single knockout stage. as you say, Tim, business end, and battling out to get in that business end as well. On the other table, table 2, I believe, it will be Mario Hayes still playing against Quinten Bongers from the Netherlands. Mario is 5-3 ahead in that match, so a little bit slower play over there on that one. Maybe it's a bit more scrappy, but back to this match. We need Felix to realistically break and run his next 2 racks to give himself every chance of staying in this match. Can't afford any mistakes from now. Let's watch this cue ball. Softer break, much better break overall, apart from the clusters in the middle. Yeah, first glance, it's a pretty good hit, pretty decent cue ball. Maybe solids might be okay. Let's have a quick look. He's just having a look, can he get through to the 1 ball? Not sure he can, so he might be forced into taking stripes, Tim. Don't know if he's really got a solid on. Not ideal.
Well, I certainly would not like to start with the stripes. I mean, never say never, but I think it's almost impossible to run out. It's super tough to do just because the only ball near the 10 and the 15 is the 12. Oh, it's only a small jump though. Like, he could opt to play the jump on the 1 or a cut on the 4.
Yeah, I think he could even bend that. I mean, it's like you say, a small jump, but there's more risk in the jump. Just a little bend. I would have thought, looks like he can get through. Little bend.
Yeah, the only thing is, you would like to play that bend when you feel the table really well. Maybe he's just a little bit cautious with the cloth, you know, like the curve on the ball is different on every table.
Yeah, but he has gone into those stripes that were around the black spot. He does have a shot, which is he going to try and bring this ball into play? Well, that's a great shot, really. He's opened that pocket up now, so one good shot on this 4 ball to try and land pretty straight on this 3 ball on the side. He might even play a bump into the 12 if he needs to, and then a little draw for his last ball. All of a sudden, Tim, that jump shot looks like a break and run for me. Here he's going to pull this back, try and be nice and straight on this last solid in the bottom corner for a stop shot on the 8.
Yeah, this match really shaping up to be a nail biter. It is coming. 7-6 on the way. Can he produce another break and run like that? That's the question.
Yeah, what a time to get your first break and run, I think, Tim. Yeah, so all kinds will be going through Kaplan's mind at the moment. Of course, he's trying to stay in the moment, but deep down he'll be absolutely fuming inside that he didn't close this match out some racks ago. Made a bit of a mistake in position to get on that 8 ball and try to bend it, but yeah, maybe a bit of a big miscalculation. He thought he could just hit this 8 ball pretty straight and try and throw it in with spin, but misjudged it completely and just flicked the 10 ball, giving Felix an edge back into this match, which he gladly accepted. Break and run, and wow, he's got another chance here to break and run. Where are you putting your money, Tim? Who's going to edge this match out? What do you think?
I mean, considering the fact that we have seen the deciding moment in this match not going his way, not going Kaplan's way, and now Felix coming back from 7-3. You have to give him the benefit of the doubt with the momentum he has. But it's still, Kaplan is a guaranteed one break, guaranteed. So yeah, he has everything in his own hands still to finish the match. But yeah, in this case, with this comeback, I would pick Felix.
Oh, it's a cue ball. Oh, Felix. That could be it. I mean, he's tried to play a softer break, but he's caught them a bit off angle. Cue ball just straight up into the top corner pocket. It's a mistake. First glance from that view, yeah, both solids and stripes look pretty okay. Even the 3 solids below the 8 ball are workable, depending how you get down there, covering each other a little bit. Maybe you go straight down for that 2 ball now, Tim. Could be an option. Get them out the way.
Yeah, a little bit of traveling to do indeed. This is not your typical tap, tap, tap and finish. But surely he'll be happy to get back to the table. Does now have 2 shots to close out the match. Will be interesting because he's going to take the 1 ball out, making sure the 5 does go to the bottom left. But how is he going to get on the 5 ball later on? That's going to be a tricky one.
He needs to find a good position here. Going top side of the 3. It's not bad. I mean, he could opt to go for the 5 now if he really wanted to. He does have an angle to get there. Could be plausible, but he still has to make sure he gets back up table for the other ball. So like you say, Tim, this is not straightforward by any means, but he does have choices to make.
Well, the good news is I do like the fact that to go to the 5 ball now. Make sure to get to the 5, and if he leaves himself a decent angle, he can play for the center of the table to where he's always gonna have the 7 or the 4 ball. And whenever he has both of these options, I think he's halfway there.
Yeah, not a bad bump really. The 4 does go in the top left as well, I think, Tim. If he wants to play it in the top left, he's got a few options here. Could play it in the side. Well, maybe it doesn't go in the top left if he's looking to play in the side. It does look like it goes, so depends how he wants to play it.
He might not be able to beat a bump on the 10 ball. See, this is the only route he really could play. I think he's played a really clever cue ball there. He does have the angle. 2 balls remaining to get to the last 32.
Yeah, he's played that really well, Tim. Lovely angle just to drift down here in between the 2 stripes. Oh, he's perfect. Doesn't want to be on top of the stripe though. Oh no, that just adds extra pressure. Oh, I tell you, this is a 50-50 for me from here.
That would be crazy. This 8 to get to the last 32. Thomas Kaplan. And he makes it. So Thomas Kaplan, the experienced Thomas Kaplan, gets through by beating Felix Vogle, the youngster, 8-6 to get to the last 32. Graham Hickman and Tim Noreiter in the booth. Thank you all for being with us. And our next match, the last 32 single elimination stage, will start at 9 PM tonight. So make sure to be there or be square. We'll see you soon.